She just kind of looks at each of you and she's like, and very bluntly states, I know you have something to do, each of you, and you don't want to be here at the moment, so you may go. And she looks specifically at Mongo.
Okay, if anybody knows how long my fucking to-do list is, it would be you, because I'm sure you know everything I'm writing as I'm writing it, and possibly even before I'm done writing it. I was going to say like a backup copy, but advanced, that'd be something. Wait, do you have some of my research already fucking done?
Kippa tilts her head ever so slightly. Mongo, I'm a librarian and an information connoisseur.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Answer the question without actually answering the question. Without actually having us for breakfast.
She tilts her head the other direction, her ears flopping ever so slightly. Ah.
Don't ask questions you don't want answers to.
Sally leans in, peeking from the other room, standing with Lindra in her studies. It makes a very gentle sound in your direction.
Yeah. Maybe you'll get lucky, Nikolai. You can just live in the space between a teeth. Oh, that's going to make your honeymoon night a little less interesting.
Manga, do I need to remind you there is a child in the other room?
I'm fairly certain she didn't hear me.
You see Lindra just kind of leaning in and looking into the room, Cayenne, with an eyebrow raised.
Okay, seriously, you didn't block it, but like some of the conversation in any way, shape, or form, really?
Cayenne's just going to motion her hands like, and just stare like,
She nods and she looks over at you, Nikolai. Say hi to your sister for me. And then she goes back to scribbling on her studies. And before you head, each of you guys head for the door and start to leave. She looks over in your direction. Oh, Mungo. Those going with you will be in tonight. Be prepared to meet them because you leave tomorrow.
I can't tell if our niece just told me to be drunk or sober.
That was Kippa telling you.
I don't know if our sister-in-law just told me to be drunk or sober.
As you guys,
Since you're leaving tonight, Mongo, is there anything I can do to help you on your trip? All your
how do you pack up and prepare to go steal from a vault of a locked up god? Well, that's a fun one.
I don't know. Any past life experience on how to deal with a god who's been locked away for fuck I don't know how long, who's also the ego of my father, who I have to either sit on the throne or burn the throne. Nothing?
what is your concern about taking?
What makes you think that's an option? Why the fuck would it be?
Good.
Yes, my anger issues. I'm sure I'll do lots of good and not hold grudges or anything. I look right at Cayenne. Does he even fucking know me?
I don't know what to say to you, brother.
I don't know. People that deserve
Yeah, because I wasn't planning on doing that anyway. It's called trauma. Just what I find pleasant doesn't mean somebody else will.
You got it. To make that decision,
Unless I'm in a bad mood, and in which case my best effort will probably not work out well. Not to mention, I have absolutely no idea what the fuck gods actually do.
As you guys walk out of the royal area and the meeting halls, you head into the sunlight. And as you're talking amongst yourselves, and Cayenne is walking with you, she looks tired at this point because she's had to deal with Kippa.
And Ithos.
And if those. And Nikolai, it catches something catches your eyeball. As you look at your sister, the arm where she had the scars from Smiley, she has a bunch of new marks on her arm.
Ghost
You look at your arm, Cayenne, and you can see faint marks of gold and silver, almost like your arm was fractured, but they're very faint. You only see them in the sunlight. And from like the elbow down, you can see the lines and fractures all along your arm, and it's almost like the Japanese Kitsunugi style. And that's the arm you had reached into the event horizon with to touch Kippa.
Interesting. I must have changed when I did whatever I did with Kippa. Don't know what to tell you else.
There's none. It's just you're just like, huh.
Nope. Still nothing. And gonna go back to walking quietly.
As you guys are walking, one of the very well dressed shadows of Lumion walks up to you, Cayenne. Oddly enough, right in the middle of the bright daylight, in the middle of the royal court, they walk up to you and they're like, "Madam." The tiefling, she just looks at you very professionally.
Yes.
That we thought it was best to relay that the sir is awake.
Okay. Thank you.
They just nod and they bow and they quickly just dissipate off into the shadows. Like, please don't kill the messenger.
Just gonna wave goodbye, cause okay, bye. See you, bye.
They just show up like, by the way, your husband's awake. Bye. Don't kill me.
Well, off to go home because he's slept long enough. He has slept long enough. Be like, you got some questions to answer, sir.
Yeah, you hear Kaya mention she's off to home because he slept long enough, and it's like, what?
I would have told them that I'm headed home because when I'm being summoned, goodbye.
It really wasn't a summon. It was just, hey, by the way, he's awake.
That's basically a summons at this point.
He's awake for more than just a cup of coffee.
Exactly. Well, looks like duty calls. I have some questions I need to ask a certain someone.
It's easy enough to get home. You're on the upper crust, and that's where your guys' home is. So it's just like straight shot there, essentially. You don't have to go to a different floor to make questions like that. As you get home and you walk through the front door, you look over in the direction where Ithos is sleeping, and she's already chewed off part of your couch in her sleep.
Be repaired.
No. Yeah, like the entire like edge of her arms are wrapped around the actual couch, like hanging over, and she just subconsciously in her sleep just chewed off an entire corner of the couch. The splinters of the wood all over the floor, little puffs of padding and shredded material. And of course, some sleep vomit.
Oh, I can only assume that I helped quite a bit with her mood.
This is going to be a callback. I can already feel it right now. The weirdest thing about the whole scene isn't so much as her just like taking up the entire couch, chewing off the edge of the couch, or like sleep vomiting. It's the fact that your lovely undead cat is sitting there just kind of lapping at the sleep vomit.
Is it Mr. Bonejangles or is it Popeye?
Both.
Oh Lord. We still gotta find Geist. We gotta find the ghost one.
Yep.
And then we gotta find, what was it, a little infernal one?
Mm-hmm. Got to complete the collection.
We've gotta
Gotta
find
catch 'em all.
We've gotta find Demona, and we've gotta find Geist.
Yep. As you two brothers, you head past Left's. Left is like leaning against the door frame to his tavern since it's morning and nobody's really drinking in the upper crust yet. Looks over at you and just simply says, "It is those fine to bed."
So, I think so.
You guys wouldn't know
Probably.
anything about that. No.
What was that?
Did you share that, Kyan? I don't think you did.
Yeah, I remember making
Mm,
that.
no, Cayenne hadn't mentioned it.
Okay. Well, then, I don't know.
The only person who knew about it was Kippa,
Yeah.
because Kippa knows everything. And Lendra. Lendra knew too.
Lindrum knows most everything.
Yeah, you hear that from Left at both of you.
I assume so. Probably went home.
Oh,
Kind of an
as
odd
long
question.
as long as she's found a bed after drinking most of my public stores dry.
Really, usually it takes all of us to do that.
Yeah, obviously you've never seen a dragon just put down barrels of alcohol.
Seen a lot.
I don't ask, I don't tell. Waiting for the stock to come in and waiting for the usuals to come in to drink.
I'm sure they'll be in soon.
Politics are messy
Well, it's
business.
morning for us, but somebody who's working the night shift may want to get off of work and have one or two.
As less unsightly people say, alcohol gives you courage and loosens the lips. Not uncommon to have some people drift in to do political work and discuss it over a drink.
True, true.
Stores back.
Oh, I will. Have a good day, gentlemen. And as
See you later, Left.
See you later. And as you turn around, Millum is standing there. She takes a bite of cheese. Brother,
Sister.
I've been looking for you all morning, and I tried scrying. I tried hiring somebody to scry. I tried to find somebody to find you to find you. I even asked Lumion Shadows. Nobody knows where you've been.
Kippa.
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, that should have been the obvious answer.
Yeah, usually if you can't find us, it's involving her.
Or the big bad has successfully killed you.
I'd go with that's option B. Considering what we're planning on doing, yeah, they may strike first.
Look, as long as they don't try to sweep the leg, I think we're good.
Okay, Nikolai, what the actual fuck? Your use of the word plan makes absolutely no fucking sense to me. You just spent breakfast with someone, you kept trying to get information, and all their reply was, I'm not giving you any information. And then you kept trying 1,000 more times. And now you turn around and say, we have no plan for the bad guy. Well, I kind of figured murder.
You know, murder's a good one.
Is it murder if it's
Yes, murder is
Still ending
murder.
people, yeah. We're still killing. They're planning on killing us. So far, the start of my plan is get up earlier and kill them first.
Millum looks over. We have exactly an hour to tour them all. But, you know, if you don't want to, then
I
guess I'll go back to by myself. And she starts walking off.
No. Millum,
are you okay?
he's your fucking problem now.
Well, I am
And
related
Mongo
to
walks
him.
off.
Mellum nudges you very gently, Nikolai. He points at Mongo. No. He points, and you see the sign on his back that says, "Boot me in the arse." He's yelling distance. Yeah.
You're gonna see a nuclear explosion in the middle of somewhere, and Mongo gonna be at the center of it.
Yeah, I know. I run over to him. Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, for
Nikolai,
fuck's sakes, what do you want?
Here.
You use the P word. You don't have to worry about the big guy trying to end you. I will do it for them.
Anyways, come here. I try to give him a hug.
do a sleight of hand. It's very weird for him hugging you already. Your suspicions are high there, Mongo, I'm guessing.
Yeah, Mongo's already a bit on edge, so, but it's not completely out of the realm. I mean, Nikolai is his brother. While he does struggle with connecting with, other life forms, he tries. And Mongo will try to reciprocate the hug without the claws. There may be a difficulty check there.
You feel him agitate your back slightly as he hugs you, but that's about it.
I legitimately don't know. Don't know how anyone's going to help with that little task. But okay. I just pat him on the head.
Your hand is now oily, Mongo.
And then notice, wipe it on his shoulder.
It's right at home. It's safe to assume there's a fine layer of oil and dirt on you. You're like a damn chinchilla, but with oil and grease.
Just less cuter.
Mellum looks at you as you walk back. You removed the sign. I had it perfectly placed. How's he having a bad day? How can you visit a literal squeaky little empress that looks like a plushie and have a bad day? No, I'm not. Because you do know that I'm usually on the front lines. And she starts walking towards the... Oh. Well, good for him. He gets to get it done sooner. Maybe he should go talk to his parents or something. Or his sister.
I'm sure that's going to happen because one of them's got to go with.
Or maybe he should eat a really lot of really questionable street food in the marketplace and go sit on the toilet and think it out.
That's not a terrible idea.
Yes. Well, thinking about
Motherfucker, don't you even the amount of time you spend on the porcelain throne trying to personally attack and offend it. There are worse ways to spend the day, is all I'm trying to say.
Pooping so hard you actively cause a Charlie horse in your sphincter.
Sounds like you're speaking from personal experience.
Nope, not really. So, Cayenne, you head through your house to your bedroom, and Lumion is just sitting there, propped up on it with an arm. Other arm across his knee is just kind of looking around the room, very groggy.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you feeling?
What was that, Mare?
I said, how are you feeling?
I was like, I feel like somebody took the cosmos, turned them into a stick, and beat me violently with it.
Yeah, well, you were kind of out for like 2 days.
He looks at you very concerned, like, I've been out for 2 days. He's like, it's not computing to him how long he was out. He's like, I see.
Yeah, You were out for 2 days. The process must have taken a rather heavy toll on you. More so than it did me, because I was only out for, if I remember right, only a day.
Emotions a little bit. Yeah. I think that's the hardest task outside of courting you that I've ever had to partake in.
Believe it.
I literally went to war with myself, and now here I am.
Aside from groggy, how do you feel?
I feel like I went on a binger against Hobo. I guess in a sense, every last bit of my divine self hurts, and he flops back in the bed, starfishing.
Yeah? The soreness will last a few days, but it'll pass. I'll just warn you, for a while, I recommend voiding any kind of temples.
He looks over at you, sitting back up on an elbow. Oh no.
You will be able to hear everyone's everything. Everyone's pleas, everyone's curses, like all things. So please just avoid like temples for a while until you feel like you can deal with that kind of overload, because oh boy, it was something.
I don't know what my domains are yet.
You never know.
And in addition to that, until I'm 100%, which will be a few days, you're in charge of the shadows.
You'll have to repeat that again, you cut out.
He says that until he recovers to 100%, you're in charge of the shadows.
Okay.
He's completely unaware of the last 24 hours that you've been through.
When he is less blah, just starfish on bed, I'll bring him up to speed.
He just looks over in your direction. Speak truthfully. You're worried about the quest you have to go on.
Oh, you have no idea.
He raises an eyebrow. I do, because I see the stress.
Considering I have to try to convince my people to be okay with me, someone who's been completely absent in all manner of anything godly's just disappeared from the homelands when literally the gods united everyone. Yeah, it's a lot. Then I gotta get my mom to decide to take her place where she's supposed to be, and then bring my dad back into the fold, so it's a lot.
Based off of what I understand from the dossiers of your parents and your people, you're a better mother than your mother was. And from my understanding of your position, you're literally the only person that can actually tell your mother to grow up and take her place because you are older than her.
I mean, yeah. Still takes some getting used to um remembering that.
He reaches over to the bedside table and picks up a cup of tea and then holds it out in your direction for you to have.
I will gladly take some tea.
It's a wonderful, soothing herbal tea.
I will enjoy such.
He looks at you. Well, at least I'm awake.
Yes. And have you figured out where your domain lies?
Not a clue.
You'll figure it out.
On other strange news, I was unaware of the fact that Ithos was asleep on our couch. He may have glanced me in the bluff.
Yeah, she well, she arrived in well drunk as fuck. And then I proceeded to cheer her up, and then when she started falling asleep, she collapsed on the couch and has been there ever since. And then when she got passed out, I got summoned up to go see Kippa, like immediately by Sir Mir, dragged off, and had a lovely fun time. And I guess Ithos is still passed out.
Both of you guys realize almost at the exact same time he's been subconsciously tracing one of the new lines on your arm.
I can only assume that this is also from Kippa.
What gift?
It's not the scars I had before.
You know, sitting here and thinking on where things are headed, I had a strong disdain for our enemy, the little mustachios you call him. For some reason, I have an absolute bitter disdain for him now.
Quite a lot of us do. We only want him removed from any breathing space. Not even left around to do as we please with for the rest of his undeath. Just eradicated. Cause trash like that. 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 Just eradicated. C shouldn't be allowed to live.
He takes the cup of tea from you and sets it on the nightstand, and then forces you to lay down and gets you nice and comfy in bed so you can relax a little bit in the nice dim lights of the bedroom. Just as always, he gets up from the bed while you rest, and he's like, "I will prepare you a breakfast."
Okay.
As tired as he looks standing there in the dim light, he sure enough is going to go make you breakfast. Well, you
He
get to lay in
doesn't
the
even need to.
well, you get to lay there and rest for a little while.
It's gonna end up being her staring at the ceiling. Body will rest, her brain won't.
Too much to think about.
Yep.
Nikolai, you get to the docks and you have to go through so many security checks. You could be an
No, they just don't
imposter.
trust you.
Films like you could be an imposter, and we're literally walking into a maintenance area that houses the ships. I could be under trickery to take you right in there so you can destroy the ships.
Motherfucker. Sorry. Quick tangent. Mongo B's paranoid, and you give him nothing but shit for it. Millen walks you through, oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Fuck. If Mongo was there, he would be kicking you right in your reproductive organs.
You head through the security, and you can already see the massive amount of progress done on Hook's new ship. Millen looks over. Okay, well, that ain't my field of expertise. So I don't know shit you're talking about. Yeah, so does drinking. So he hit puberty.
By many, many years in the span of just like days.
Oh, come on, Nikolai. Kids grow like weeds.
Yeah. 5 or more years in the matter of a day.
Well, I mean, you did come from the wild. Maybe that's just a side effect. You know, it's like getting drunk and putting your genitals on something electrified. You don't forget it, and it changes things.
I don't want.
No, I'm not.
That would be a weird story that I don't want to know.
It's a weird story. I wouldn't want to tell if it were true.
Yeah, why do you think she's a mouse? Now, why do you think she's not a mouse anymore?
Can you imagine walking to the Mongo and being like, hey, guess what? Here's a weird life experience. Don't get drunk and put your genitals on something electrified. I'm pretty sure Coin actually knows exactly what I'm talking about. I work on a ship. How is this not a thing?
What is he?
And as you come up to the space, you head to the end of the dock area and you see the maw and you see they're removing and replacing plate armor on it. And you can see the scorch marks, the pit marks of very powerful acid. You can see stains of necrotic damage across it. All the time. A dockhand approaches her and she heads up to the table and she looks over some paperwork and signs off on it.
Wait to see what you put in the ship. Well,
Yeah, well, you get a tour and that's it. Nikolai.
I suppose there's places I don't get to go see.
There's the Maw's genitals.
Make sure not to get them drunk.
Not alive. It just has a really massive hard anchor.
You have turned into
Yep.
a sailor.
She heads up the ramp onto the Maw, and you can see how thick the plating is just on the ramp itself. Do a tinkering to try and figure it out. As you're heading up on there, you pause for a moment. You check out the material, and your tail instantly from what you're looking at. It's a mithril steel compound material with a some sort of ceramic coating on it for magic gold defense. She looks over at you. Yeah. It's a two-part defense. It helps essentially dissipate any magical offense before it even gets to the actual armor. So it reduces the overall oomph, I guess. It's a flexible ceramic polymer. It's wizard junk. It's wizard junk. Don't ask me. I'm literally munitions. The wizard on board that deals with that, the wizard artillerist, and I'm sitting there going, what are you even talking about? Yeah, you're not seeing any wood within inside the maw. It is metal alloys, padded sections, reinforced hulls. The segments there for it to move are still there, but you're just seeing how defensive this ship is. That it's been split into three sections essentially. You have the middle section, which runs down to the bottom, and then you have the top section and the bottom section. And the top section is armaments, and the bottom section is also armaments. So, and it's a very perplexing build off the top of your head where you're like, why would there be two separated armament stations running the length of the ship?
One that can answer that. If it's square, it's a perfect thing. Why do you have two decks of armor? I don't know.
Well, the maw is unique, as you know. So when it twists through the air, it allows both sets of armaments to fire in a spiral pattern.
Yeah, with your rapid fire, that's just like rapid fire cannons. That's just like, oh my god, that would be devastating.
Yeah, and we also run out of ammo very quickly that way. And
But it's a thing that the law can
yes,
do, which would be awesome.
she heads down through another deck, passing a few people that are doing work.
Anybody I recognize?
No, these are deckhands. And she comes to this big area, and it's you see this giant wall of mithril that opens up, and she walks next to this massive looking cannon, and she just taps it. This is the thumper. Oh yes, the thumper. Well, you see how big it is, right? Top to bottom of this deck. Well, the thumper is kind of a very special weapon. Basically, when the mob bites down on something and it can't breach it, the thumper will open up and blast it. Point blank, high caliber velocity.
Great. Another one.
Partially. Partially.
Yeah.
We can only carry 5 rounds for the thumper on the ship.
Five rounds?
Some days I wonder if we need a lot more. The gills of the maw basically act as primary vents for this system because of how much energy is dispersed from firing one shot. In fact, the thumper is unique enough where you fire one round and the entire bay will basically cook you alive from the heat. No, no, unless you want to know what it's like to be cooked mouse to the bone.
No, no.
Yeah, the maw is the forefront of airship creation and tinkering. And a lot of our ideologies that we've learned along the way are going into Hook's new ship. But his ship is, I don't understand it, built old school. It's analog. It's not Magitech.
So ship, ship is
Like, all right, you really don't want to know what happens when the mall gets stuck in an
Not good,
anti-magic
though, is
field.
it?
We have fail safes.
That's not good. However, but ship it magic that dimensional drive. That's why
It's understandable. Just know that the mall is unique in itself.
oh yeah.
I've had to learn a lot about its functionality.
Right.
And it's way different than you can imagine.
I was on it for I guess 6 years,
You were on the mall for 6 years? Come on, I'll show you more of the work.
remember.
Starts taking you through the ship. So the going over to you, Mongo. You meet up. You see your dad in the marketplace, and he's looking at flintlocks.
Taking up a new hobby. Sorry, I forgot I was muted.
He looks over at you. No, I'm wondering if this is the easy way out.
Is the way out of what?
Should I get 1 round or 2 rounds? One for him and one for myself, or just one for myself? Would that do it? I don't know.
Oh fuck! Did you get in a duel with someone?
No, I'm talking about the guy that we have to go steal from. Look, I have a lot of
You
issues.
completely cut out.
Look, I have a lot of issues, son. I have a lot of issues. There's the whole I failed the Obscura part. There's the whole part where Mustachio split me into two halves. There's the whole part where I was locked away for goddamn ever. There's the part where I apparently abandoned being a god and locked away my god half because I noped out of being god because I didn't really remember that because I did that and thus it changed my course of my memory. I have a lot of issues, Mongo.
Isn't that a prerequisite to being in the Obscura? Have to be partially insane and have a lot of issues.
It's not one of the prerequisites. The prerequisite was let's be adventurers and do crazy shit and then retire. Not have some mouse
Because
open
like
up.
every fucking thing else points to the other direction.
One of the things is not literally have a mouse open up your skull and fuck your brain.
What was that, GLaDOS?
Testing. I know. I'm aware. You don't have to repeat it.
Yeah. Yeah, she kind of got it with the GLaDOS comment.
I think we can do this, Mongo, but I don't know what's going to happen.
Oh well. Apparently there's an option B.
I look over at the person selling things. You got any Molotov cocktails?
Oh, those are easy to make.
met a bard once. Huh. Wonder whatever happened to him. They always ran a unique risk of one of their spells that they created.
Dare I ask?
It was perplexing because of the risk versus reward, but they were always kind of a wily one. Drink a whole lot of liquid. Yank down your trousers. Aim at the enemy. Cast. Piss to nitroglycerin and light your pee on fire. You can see where this can
Oh,
go
I'd
wrong,
rather
right?
enjoy that. Oh, but when you need to make a statement,
You do know I'm not going to be a lot of help in there, right? I am retired.
and I'm jealous of that fact.
Yeah, you'll get there someday. And then you're going to have a batch of kittens of your own with coin. And then you're going to experience fatherhood. You'll get to experience fatherhood.
Yeah. Yeah, Coin's already had that conversation at me. So, speaking of that little party we have to go to, apparently there's an option B.
What's the option B?
The Obscura special.
Fuck everything up?
What was that?
Fuck everything up.
Means lighting a certain chair on fire, then yes.
Huh. Can you light a divine throne on fire?
According to Kippa, yes.
Are you sure she knows everything? I want to challenge her on that someday.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that's the secret code for things aren't quite right. If she says something that we all know is wrong.
Is it just me or something seem really off about
Nikolai
her? Like,
saying he can't build a machine to fix every problem.
is it just me or is there something really weird about Kippa?
Kippa's always been listening, so hi. um, but yeah, she definitely. I mean, we're all unique in our own ways.
Yeah, and then you have Lindra, which is like looking at a younger, smarter ethos.
Well, I mean,
And
she kind of has the same abilities that she had, and she is literally the grandchild of Ithos.
oh, you don't know about the problems that ethos has, do you? know if you want to know
What
about those.
happened with Issos?
She didn't have parents. Both Bahamut and Tiamat would never answer her prayers. She has really no notable skills to begin with. Trust me, we spent years trying to figure out what she's good at.
I mean, in all fairness, when you have the ability to kind of alter certain outcomes in your favor, who the hell wouldn't just keep doing that over and over and over again?
Smart person. Because you know, messing with chronomancy yourself, that if you keep messing with things, you keep making things worse. Sometimes you just need to write out the event for the best favor instead of constantly poking it with a stick.
True. The specific example of chronomancy is an old saying: you don't fuck with time, time fucks with you.
Unless you're a 6 foot, 6-year-old little dragon. And then time is just your playground, apparently. You know how many times recently I've tried to catch Lindra in a trap? Oh no, Oh no, Maggie, you're not going to reach for the pepper. You're going to reach for the salt. I reached for the pepper. Yeah, I already knew you were going to reach for the pepper. God damn it.
I'm wondering at what point in time when her sense of humor kicks in, is she just going to say, oh no, you're going to pick the other one, in an effort to get us to pick the one that she wants the more hilarious outcome?
Give it time. Give it time. Look who her immediate family is. We're all going to influence her in some way.
Oh, yeah.
And he just pats you on the back. Imagine if she gets her paranoia.
Ugh. Look, pessimism, like I've tried to get my siblings to understand, if I can learn how to do it correctly, paranoia and pessimism are very powerful tools.
I think we'll be fine on this jaunt, if you want to call it that.
Yep.
He looks over at you for a moment after buying some food. Are you angry at me for not being a god?
Why would I be angry about that?
Because you don't get to gloat. Hey, my dad's a god.
Yeah, don't really care about gloating about that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll gloat about certain things, by all means. Yeah, but apparently when you get into the children of other gods, then there's a whole god tier list, and then probably other tiers inside of those tiers that may go that makes Mongo want to just shed tears trying to figure out the fucking logic behind it all.
Delegate.
Maggie hands you a hamburger.
Ooh.
And it's quite literally the quintessential poutine burger.
I had poutine in fucking forever.
Jill's happy she's not going.
What was that?
Jewel is happy she's
I
not
couldn't hear you
going.
over me drooling about poutine. What?
What? Giga what? Oh,
Who has issues over not going?
your mom.
Well, I mean, if she wants to come, I don't really see the problem.
Can't go. She has no actual combat skills outside of random bullshit goes, and that will kill her.
All right, you got a point there.
I don't think any of us really want her to fall over dead.
Nope. Definitely not.
So we're supposed to meet Kippa later and get introduced to the people going along with us on this quest. Congratulations,
Yeah, I'm not sure how
you.
sober I'm supposed to be for that.
Congratulations, you poor bastards. You get to go deal with my ego that I locked away.
Yeah. Why do I feel like I need to bring a bunch of psychiatry books?
You're a wizard, not a bard.
It's never too late.
I mean, you do get to live for half forever, according to what others have said.
Yeah, but what about everybody else?
Drugs. Nobody knows how long others are going to live. I mean, look at Pulse. She's old as dirt. I
True.
can't even put an actual expiration date on Spot.
Okay, one, nobody knows how long he's been wandering this plane of existence. And with all the gods that have got his back, I don't know how much longer he's got because I'm pretty sure he's going to be around for ever.
I was up at the temple the other day, just kind of, helping, cleaning up a few things. This old lady came in, crying her little eyes out, weeping, streams of tears. And Fott goes over, gives her a hug, grabs both her hands firmly, and goes, "What's wrong?" in that weird Fott voice. And she's like, "I've been praying to my God. He hasn't answered me. I'm at wit's end about what to do, and blah, blah, blah." And Fott just patted her hands ever so gently and was like, "I got this. I'm going to go talk to your God. Who are they?"
That's fought.
What kind of cleric does that outside of a Fought? Is Fought even a cleric? Or is he a paladin? Or is he just a divine oddity?
Nearest I can figure, fought is 100% fought. That's all I've got.
Species of goblin and dizzy even.
One of the aquatic ones, I believe.
Huh. I've never known any aquatic
Funny
goblins
story.
to sleep above their bed.
Oh, yeah. That takes a minute to get used to. Do you know where goblins actually come from?
Oh boy. Let me guess, some guy literally shit them out and gave sentience to their own poop.
Not quite, but you're not far off.
So it does involve poop
There's a
or
mama god
shitting.
teaching their daughter how to create life. And eventually, that life that they created turned into goblins. Which probably
Wow.
explains why Olive Goblin Rogue gravitated towards Cayenne.
You see your father 404 for once. The bard that can say just about anything, just tilts his head ever so slightly. His munchkin ear is flopping off to one side as his whiskers twitch ever so slightly. Huh? The fuck? Let me.
Yeah.
Let me get this.
Apparently, long time ago, before Cayenne was, well, Cayenne, when she was still that other name, little teenage god of life. I guess gods teach other gods about the birds and the bees by making life, so sure. Made a species, and eventually that species intermingled with others, and through a whole lot of time, eventually evolved into our favorite goblins.
Right. So I take it that Kyan hit you with some really powerful shit from her giggle pouch. Was Hatter involved?
Well, don't get me wrong, Cayenne's hit me a lot over the years. Most of which I deserved, some I'm sure I'll do something to deserve soon. Yeah, and anything that had a drinks is to be taken with a whole lot of caution.
The more I find out about our entire family, the more I question how we made it this far.
Yep. See, are you sure about the prereq thing not being like completely sane?
Look, I'll be honest with you.
Or is that just like a family thing?
Any adventuring group worth their salt lack a few brain cells as a whole. I've never met another adventuring group that wasn't a little off.
Yeah. So what are you up to until we have to go meet the new recruits?
Um, absolutely nothing but hanging out with you.
In which case, want to go say hi to Humphrey with me?
No, yeah, sure, let's go. And you guys head off to Humphrey. So each of you have headed your respective ways for several hours. Getting Kyan, you getting to have breakfast, well, lunch with Lumion, and get to decompress finally from all the high stakes shenanigans of the last little while.
It's been needed.
And Ithos is still asleep on your couch. She's stretched out a little bit where you can hear the wood actually creaking under the pressure of her sighs.
Fuck it. Ithos can stay at my house, passed out on my couch. She's a very stressed out dragon.
And there is a knock at the door, and Lumion walks to the door. He's completely naked, and he just opens the door, and he's like, Sir Mir. And Sir Mir just looks at him. They just look at each other a few moments, and Sir Mir looks down briefly and then looks back up.
Sir Mir, please come in.
Sir Mir comes in and looks over to you. And he says something kind of interesting, I guess. He looks to you and he's like, I've come to formally invite you. Not on Lady Kippa's behalf, but my own. Of the recovery of my faculties. If you would like to attend.
Absolutely. I would be honored to accompany you.
He looks past you. Mythos is invited as well.
I will let her know if she awakens. She had a very rough night. Very
Lavender
rough
tea.
night.
He turns and heads out. He doesn't even acknowledge Lumion standing there naked.
She's gonna be like,
He's probably seen every other member of the Obscure and the Above.
I'm pretty sure he's seen Troyus on more than one occasion. Oh god, I still feel bad for Sunny on that one. I still feel bad.
Oh. Shit. I forgot my water. I have water left. Yeah, I have dehydration. Yeah. I'm not being overwhelming. I drink a lot of water. I'm gonna be very parched. Yeah. You should go get me water.
Or just steal Nate's.
guys need my shaker bottle. Mongo, you're next on the list as you're sitting and talking to your father. You feel the presence of Sir Mir standing next to you. And he's waiting for you guys to finish your conversation.
What's up, big guy?
He looks at you. Oh, I've come to invite you to an event today.
There's another event?
The reclamation of my memories. If you would like to attend.
Well, of course. Wait. No, that's right. You didn't die, so yours coming back like everyone else's.
I
Oh,
do
shit.
believe the terminology that you might have used in passing is that my brain is soup.
Okay, I don't think I ever referred to your brain as soup. Swiss cheese, maybe, but not soup. Well, I
Very
guess
well.
you could make a soup out of Swiss cheese.
You and your parents are invited
What time?
this afternoon. And he turns and heads off, leaving it at that in a very Sir Mir fashion. I forgot to tell you, Kyan, he also invited your parents while he was there. And
I
Maggie's
would
like,
figure so.
Maggie leans forward. That was awkward.
So if he gets all his memories back, what do you think the odds are of him turning into a real chatty Cathy?
Maggie's like, he was never chatty.
So effectively, he's always been like that.
Stoic, quiet. Yep. I remember this one adventure we went on with Sir Mir. He said 2 words over the course of 3 months.
How often did you guys forget what his voice sounded like?
Maggie fishes around in his actual pack and produces something adorably stupid. And it's a Sir Mir puppet. Hi, I'm Sir Mir. Look, I'm actually talking to the party. Case in point. Did you refill? I thought you filled it. He puts the puppet away. I'll give that to Lindra later. I suppose I have to make one of Sally now. It is a crude looking puppet, like made from a sock and everything. A sock that's been, crudely dyed green with the features of Sir Mir, and a crudely carved sword for out of a stick.
Oh,
Mismatched
Lindra's
button
going to
eyes.
love that.
Nikolai, as you're coming off the ship from the tour of the Maw, Sir Mir is standing there waiting for you. Nikolai? I've come to invite you to an event this afternoon. You, your parents, and your sister. Will you be attending? This has nothing to do with her. This is my doing.
Oh, yeah, of course.
He nods and he turns and heads off.
Did we bring anything?
No response. And Millen looks over. Is it me, or is it just natural to fear for your life in the presence of him? Give him a reason, Nikolai.
Why would you give him a reason?
I don't know. I can think of a dozen different reasons that you would accidentally say. You would misphrase something about protecting Lindra, and he would take that as an offense. Or Kippa, and he would take that as an offense. Or Mongo would do the same thing, perhaps, with his paranoia. Or Scabbard would just be Scabbard. Sometimes the brothers of us are literally walking liability contracts. It's ironic that the god in the group is the only one that is actually remotely responsible. Right.
Make up their own rules.
Right. I just try to avoid the whole nonsensical issue of the matter and just try to live a happy life and not die. I've already done that once. It's not fun. I didn't have a choice, Nikolai. You know, we all have a betting pool on how and when he's actually going to kill you guys.
What's that power?
And it's a high probability. We've ran the math. 67% probability, Nikolai. Those are not good odds.
I don't want to hear it. I want to hear the subject. Where's that power?
Never tell me the odds, really? You gotta shoot first, too? Timu Han Solo.
Most edited scene in a movie. And even with all of its wonderful defenses, I don't feel safe. No! The front lines! Where the fuck would you feel safe on the front lines? You have to be Sir Mir or Sally to feel safe there.
Well, at least you know they're
Right. Right. positive of the matter. Hey, they're shooting at us. I guess that's a good thing.
Try to look on the
Okay. And
Infinite target practice.
back to you, Cayenne. Lumion starts to get dressed, and he's not moving as agile as he usually does. You can tell he's stiff. He's getting used to getting back to normal.
It's gonna take you a while.
He looks over at you, and he's like, yeah.
I almost want to tell you to rest, but you literally slept for 2 days.
Keep the coffee coming. So there's really no manual for this. You just have to figure it out, right?
What I had to do.
So Mongo's correct. We just kind of make this up as we go along.
I mean, yeah.
I
Basically.
fucking knew it.
There is a balance to things, but it's complicated.
Does this mean
Where
fuck
we
just unconventionally call in favors?
I mean, when you do start to have followers and do come more into your abilities, that may be a possibility. He hasn't mentioned needing any favors from me, but I know that day is coming. I'm pretty sure that day's coming for my sister as well.
You and your sister are kind of ingrained into everything.
That was not my choice. We were kind
Life
of
and death.
thrust.
Life and death are the catalyst of everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
As he's adjusting his vest, he looks over at you. And he just kind of smiles ever so slightly. With the current situation that we are in, you and myself, I can't help but observe. What do you think Alufa's domain will be? Because if I was willing to give up what I was to be a god, you know that she will actually try to be one as well, so she never loses. Osling.
Even if she did want to ascend, I am sure there is a way to essentially spare her. Granted, it was gonna piss quite a few people off, but given who Osling is, given who I am, it's very easily doable.
I just know that I have some of the shadows protecting Aloof at all costs, and whatever Kippa has at her disposal is defending her as well.
Yeah, the city is kind of on edge um about anything ever happening to Alufa. Hmm.
I've heard nothing of this from Casil yet, but then again, I've been out for 2 days.
No, not this city. Where I took you,
Oh, I see.
yeah, Osling kind of mule kicked a hornet's nest. Um, and then I got to talk, then I got to spilling some tea and things, and the general consensus is that no one wants to piss Osling off. Ever. There should be no reason anyone should.
Hmm. Is there a ritual we should do every year, food wise or prayer wise, to keep her appeased?
Oh, well, what I always do is if I find something of nature that has passed, is I send them to her, especially if it's a really, really cute little baby bird, or especially if it's a really cute little bear cub. I know she likes seeing them play around in her realm, and I know that she likes to get some of the snowdrops because they can actually survive in the temperatures of her domain. They actually survive permafrost.
So, you mean to tell me death likes cute things?
She does like cute things of nature, but it's usually creatures that are kind of brutal in their own way. Like for example, usually the birds that I send her are usually predatory. Usually the creatures that I typically come across that are passing are usually predators. I don't typically see much of too many prey species. Predators of nature kind of clean the prey up pretty quickly before I can perform any rites.
Why did Sir Mir mention lavender tea?
I'm gonna point to Ithos.
Ah,
She had a very rough night. She's been passed out almost as long as you. Maybe a night less. I managed to get her in better spirits before she went to sleep.
and you hear a loud crash from the other room.
Tossing my head back, and Mom stomps in that way.
Lumion's like,
One
as you were
second.
saying.
1 second.
As you go in there, you see Ithos sitting on the ground, just panting, and her eyes like thin little slits, and you see the couch lodged in the opposite wall. And she's just like heaving.
Honey, are we okay?
She looks over at you and she's like, "Yep, Just reliving my death as a nightmare.
1 second. Let me get you something. I'm going to prepare her like
Very special tea.
the best, like, what would be considered lukewarm to her tea.
It'll be some cold tea, honestly, if you think about it. She's a white dragon, platinum dragon mix, so they like
I'm
the
just trying.
cold.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up making her tea to her temperature preference,
A
but it's
slushy
definitely
tea.
it's basically going to be like a lavender uh some kind of mint. It wouldn't be spearmint. It would probably be sweet mint. But just like the slightest hint of that, because that too much of it would overpower the lavender.
She looks over at Lumion as he comes out fully dressed. She's like, "How do you always look so impeccable?" And he just finishes adjusting his cufflinks, and he's like, "Not to sound disparaging of you, but a gentleman is always presentable."
I mean,
You
I could
walk
say
in.
if I heard him say that,
Yo, you definitely did.
I'm while I'm preparing this tea, I was like, "Oh, um, uh, that greeting to Sir Mir at the door would say different."
He turns his head a little bit. I was presentable. I showed no fear of my majesty.
Fair point.
Itho's just like, a little bit of an ego on you, isn't there? He's like, none.
That's actually a very fair point considering how centaurs are. They clothing? What is that? Just slap some paint on and just run at something. Come at me, bitch.
And he's like
Basically,
jet black, so it's like, good luck figuring
Mm-hmm.
that out.
It's basically like if you took obsidian and you put like the finest like graded like uh oh god, what is that stone where you can break it apart real easy and it's really shimmery silver? Is that
Oh, I know what you're
shale?
talking about. Yeah.
No, that's not shale. Shale's different. But basically that shimmery silvery rock that you can just basically break apart with your fingers. Like you do that, it's just like little freckles mixed in. No, that's more like an oil slick color.
Uh, Muscovite mica?
Yes, mica. Mica. Because mica's used in a lot of makeup. A lot of like bare mineral stuff.
You give the tea to Ithos.
Yes.
She takes it. She sniffs it. And since it's a tiny teacup, takes the most delicate little sip of it and then just downs the whole thing.
If you would like some more, please let me know. I'll make you a bigger portion of it.
Not at the moment, darling. I would like the headache to stop.
Let me see what I can do about that. I'm gonna work on getting those headache to stop.
Sir Mir gently points in the direction of the apothecary pantry that you guys have.
Yeah.
It is constantly being stocked with new things and labeled. Shadow will drop in,
I
add something, label it.
I'm basically going to make her goody powders. Cause that works quick every time.
And Lumion just bluntly tells her that Sir Mir's asked for her to be there for the brain soup reconfiguration.
Awesome. Yeah, I was gonna wait until she was a little more awake to tell her.
Lumion looks to you and he's like, "You can go tell your parents. I will look after her for a little while."
I'm gonna finish up making this goody powders in what I think is the proper dosage for her before I leave to go tell them.
She's what, 10 feet tall, about what, 500 pounds? Bit she's a bit
Cause
slender for her size.
Because I'm trying to think what that would be equivalent for her. Because when you think of a goody powder, it's just that little thin sleeve that humans take, and you only take one,
Yeah.
and typically never need more than one. So that would be probably what would
A,
like I
a Goodies Pringle can?
I was gonna say like a pint glass,
Yeah.
or like a wine glass.
She is a big girl.
I'd say like a human sized pint glass, not dragon sized. So I'm gonna work on making a pint's worth of goody powders.
Yeah.
All the grinding, my arms are gonna be sore.
Sure. Mongo, you guys go off and you find Jewel, and she is trying to be as normal as possible.
So what you up to?
I'm trying to put something together without just making it go together.
And what is that something?
I don't know. I lost the instructions on the way here.
What were you wanting it to be?
Don't ask me that. That's dangerous because I'll just make it happen, and then next thing you know, I'm vomiting in the bushes over there.
Well, did you buy a kit or just a bunch of random stuff? Because you said that there were instructions.
But I don't know if the instructions went to this thing that I'm building. And Maggie's like, of course they would go with it. Why would they? I don't understand, Joel.
Okay, what purpose did you get the thing for?
so I could try building something without abilities. I'm going to do an insight.
Yeah, because it sounds like she got some IKEA furniture and lost the instructions. Button. 11.
You're examining the parts and you're realizing that your mom is way overthinking this. It's literally just a very simple Lincoln log house. Feels like Maggie, he's judging me.
Was there a box all this came in? Maybe it has a picture on the front.
She holds up a baggie that it came in.
Is there a picture on the front?
Nope. Look, I actually have intelligence. A little distracted sometimes.
We all get distracted sometimes.
Yeah? Yeah, because you're a cat.
Yeah, one of these days, I swear, we're all going to band together and we're going to find that fucking red ghost and make the bastard pay.
Maggie's like, okay, Joel. I think this is way more simple than you think. And Joel's like, is it as simple as just, no, no, can't entertain the thought of just making it happen. Gotta do this manually. I'm gonna die.
Well, that's one nice thing about effectively having spare parts. You can kind of make whatever the hell you damn well please.
That's not a nice way to talk about Nika.
What the fuck?
Oh, right. Sorry, I got
Nika is
defensive.
not spare parts.
I got really defensive because Rurik and yeah. Sorry, I'm very
Look, don't get me
defensive.
wrong. I'm a little crazy, but I'm not psychotic like the fucking Moon Mouse Society.
Maggie's like, I don't think it's their actual fault.
Yes, it's. The more I learn about that society, the more Nikolai actually kind of makes a little more sense.
Jules like, but he was born here, not there. And he was raised with you, not us.
Have any idea how many times we've had the same fucking arguments?
She looks over at Maggie. Oh no, he was raised around Scabbard, which means he's the child of Ithos and Seagate. Oh, that poor little mouse. She puts her hands on your shoulders. Are you okay too? Did you turn out okay?
Define okay.
Maggie's like, he's paranoid, so he's fine.
So I've never actually heard anybody say that before. Mongo may be trying to hold back the tears.
I'm acknowledged.
We sure as fuck ain't ever going to hear something like that from Nikolai. Or Nate. I'm just saying. Oh God, somebody get that on repeat.
We can literally caption that as a short.
Anywho, but stuff like this, start build like a little house. And turn that into like a different little, just start making assorted stuff out of the Lincoln logs.
Jewel watches and she's like, and you see her just kind of like teething a little bit, and she's like, okay, explain your process.
Oh, yes, I can figure it's very similar to some of the things that you've done, just more hands-on.
I don't know. I mean, I did create an entire new continent out of the ocean.
True. But at some point in time, you had to get that idea, right?
Yeah. I blame Brigitta. And Holvar betting I couldn't do it.
Sounds about right. But stuff like this, I mean, in order to make like a whole continent, you had to use your imagination, right?
I've never really described my process of how things happen. Maggie's like, use words. Jules like, words, right? Words.
Typically.
It's more less thinking and more emotion. Like, where's Cayenne when you need her? She can explain, translate this for me.
Sounds like painting.
I've never painted in my entire life. But I have turned someone into a painting. And then set them on fire.
It's not a bad idea.
Good idea.
As opposed to just lighting the person on fire. How do you know they don't feel it in the painting? Have you ever been a painting?
I see the painting, the picture that you're painting here, manga.
Try one thing. If that's not fun or not getting the thing accomplished, try something else.
Ah, hey, the hardest thing is that I instinctively just create, and I have to not do that.
Got to break a few habits, but
And she sits down with you and your dad to play a little bit with the Lincoln Logs, and well, you have a meeting to go to.
have to talk to Humphrey tomorrow before we go.
What are you going to talk to him about?
Is that in game or out of game?
That was in game.
Well, had breakfast with Kippa, Samir, Nikolai, and Kyan. And I know there's always been a disconnect between myself and Kyan about just how Nikolai and I kind of go about some of the things that we do. Just never quite realized how much that divide really is.
Feels like, well, kind of a god.
Well, not just that, but she's also a druid. Druid problem solving and, Wiggly Finger problem solving also seems to be two different ones. So I figure it would be best to talk to someone who knows both to help find the common ground.
Maggie looks over, so you're looking
First
at
person
how
who
to
came to
wiggle
mind.
your wood.
Not quite.
Feels like, good. I really don't want you wiggling your wood in your sister's direction. And a few
Look,
people are
our
walking
family's
by and
close.
looking.
I don't think we're that close.
A few passerbys are walking by and just going,
Well,
what the fuck?
I don't think anybody in our family's that close. I mean, once Nikolai learned to kind of spread his wings or legs, kind of worried he might try to get a notch on everybody's bedpost.
And he's like, when did Nikolai become a bard?
I don't know.
Have you put coin on notice yet?
If he goes anywhere fucking near her, he's a dead mouse. I don't care what kind of music he tries to fucking make.
You're absolutely right that your arms are going to be tired as fuck from grinding that up. After you get Ithos squared away and Lumion takes care of her, you head off to find your parents. It's not too hard to find your parents. They're both working in the barn down in the lower lands. And you walk in and you're hit by the smell of bread being freshly made by your mom.
I
Fuck
would
off.
I would knock before entering.
Olvar looks over. Why are you knocking to come in a public place?
It's just polite. It's habit. Being with the brothers, it's habit.
Right. I see. You do realize you're also
Thing she's
related
probably
to
walked in
us.
on.
I'm aware. It's an old habit that's dying very, very hard right now.
And your mom hands you a fresh baked loaf of bread.
Thank you. Sir Mir wanted me to invite you both to something today.
Who's he executing?
He's not executing anyone. Um he's he wants to invite y'all to be there when he gets his memories back.
Oh. Regina's like, huh. I honestly never thought he would actually get his memories back, much less invite us to such an occasion. But then again, Sir really doesn't communicate much. A whole lot of disgruntled staring.
Oh, I get what you mean. It was difficult to get him to open up, that's for sure. But when we did, he would share bits and pieces about himself with us. It was nice.
The Holy Avenger, the knight that is protecting Kippa. I don't think she ever actually sleeps. Does Kippa sleep, Brigida? Or just like, I don't think she does.
I'm sure that she does at some point. Probably at no normal hour like we do. But I'm sure she does sleep. Every creature needs sleep. Well, except some undead. Some undead don't need to sleep at all. And elves don't necessarily need to sleep. They more so meditate.
Which is like, elves meditate. They're aware of their surroundings. And speaking of the undead, I don't think your sister sleeps either. She does it more of a common courtesy for a loofah.
I could see that.
Like, death does not sleep or take breaks. Have you spotted her little minions running around yet?
I've met her messengers.
Olvar's like, oh no, not them. We're talking about the little soot imps.
The what? I need to see these dudes. You say imp, immediate attention. I'm like, I need to see these.
Is there a
like,
Dead Like Me reference in there somewhere?
There very much is. The soot imps are basically the middle. How did we describe them when we saw what they were doing? Which is like setting an action in course that leads to someone's untimely demise. It was beautiful to watch. But they stopped during their work and looked in our direction. We just kind of looked at each other like, carry on.
That's pretty funny.
Apparently, someone had pissed off Death enough for them to send imps after him.
I mean,
Oh, the Soot imps are a fun demographic of Osling's realm.
I wonder who it was that pissed her off.
Which is like, I don't know the mythology behind it. Perhaps you can just ask your sister.
I will at some point. I don't want to bother her, especially while she's busy.
Olvar's like, when is she not busy? She's Death. You
Fair
should
point.
grab her by the arm, tell her we're going to lunch, and sit her down and have a lunch with her. No brothers, no significant others, just you and her.
It would be good. I mean, the last time we really did that was we both had 4 legs.
Which is like,
That's a long time ago.
does Osling even eat?
She does.
Olvar's like, I'm a little concerned about how little we know about our daughters.
Oh my god, 2 pussies.
She has different taste buds from us.
Which is like, oh yes, the taste for murder.
No, not necessarily that. It's more so she prefers specific flavors versus what we like. It's like how, for example, some of us prefer things that are more extremely sour or extremely spicy or loaded with caffeine. Whereas others just want things natural.
How much you pay for water if you lose track of time?
Basic.
Shower? You
Plain.
Feel like fucking not good. Like is it
Essentially.
haggard?
Your mother cuts one of the other loaves and takes off a piece of the bread, and she spreads some fresh butter on it and hands it over to you, sprinkling it with a little bit of salt that was smoked in the fire.
Yeah, I'm gonna be nibbling on that. I'm taking that as a sign you talked enough, eat.
You take a bite of it, and it's literally a rosemary sourdough bread. With a nice creamy butter and the smoked salt on it. Here,
Oh, good. Another day
Nate.
that we get to play a game and I get to go to bed hangry. Thank you.
Cayenne's like, I'm in my happy place. Holvar just looks over. Unfortunately, daughter, your sister is one that we do not get to spend much time with, ever.
Why though?
There's been a few times it's
Just like she's elusive. She's often working,
engineers. I get invited.
doing death things, I guess. I mean, she does
It's like there's
talk to us and occasionally stop in, but nothing like this where she stops and has bread.
Well, maybe you just need to reach out to her. Honestly, I don't know where she is other than potentially either at the temple or at the graveyard
Yeah.
right now.
Oliver's like, I don't know who speaks less, Osling or Sir Mir or Sally.
It's Sally. Did y'all know that she gave that
Yeah.
that she
Yeah,
gave
it's like
me
some-
a kiss on the top of my head?
Oliver's like, nope.
I had never experienced that ever in our travels, and it was the sweetest, most terrifying thing ever.
She's like, well, you see how Sally is built. And she's in full protective mom mode with Lindra all the time.
Yeah.
I think I think you both would absolutely love to learn the history of her people. Easiest way to get her to talk to you is to discuss poetry with her. She does love poetry. She actually loves to read poetry. She likes moths too.
Hmm.
Moths and butterflies, I should say, because there is a distinct difference between the two.
Did you know she's been protecting Lindra before even she was born?
It makes sense.
And she never leaves her side.
I'm glad of that.
She's like, I wonder something. It's if Lindra considers Sally like a second mom at this point because she spends so much time with her. And well,
Pissed me off a little bit with that one, but it's cool.
Kippa is busy fighting a war.
Many, many things. But I almost want to say that maybe she potentially sees Sally as like an aunt.
Oliver's like, oh no, I'm not going to argue with Sally. I ain't going to even so much as look in a stern way in that child's direction. I'll fight a
Sally
lot of
is
things, but I am not fighting that. I'm too old for that.
Sally is a sweetheart. And I'll even say that to her face. I ain't scared.
Which is like, yeah, and so's an owlbear.
Dude, let's try this.
I've told an owlbear that they're adorable to their face. I
Omar
had a
just sits back.
granted, red and blue tried to kill her baby, and I healed her baby, and I apologized profusely. Told her that her child was very lovely. Left an offering of minted meat behind, and got the fuck out of the area.
Yeah, just 'cause then, like, but I'm paraphrasing,
And
like,
she
yeah,
has left
the guy
us
that interviewed was like, my
be
business
ever
is-
since.
yeah, we don't have to treat our employees with dirt,
And to my knowledge,
yeah,
Red and Blue
like,
have never since
the better you
ever
treat the party,
hunted
the
owlbear.
yeah, you
Oliver's like, he looks over at Brigida and he's like,
yeah,
whatever
they keep
happened
the
to
company's
Scrunch?
interest in mind.
Which is like, he was left at home before we went and died. So he's probably gone at this point, long gone.
Mm, there's no way of knowing.
Oliver's like, we literally have a Draculage taking up arms in our homeland. And a psychotic mouse as well.
As I said, you never know.
It is like, I love Scrunch.
That's such a name.
Huh?
Okay, now I can hear things.
Okay.
So,
Oh yeah, dude, you can just tell when things are
was
going, yeah.
Scrunch an owlbear? I assume so, based on how we're speaking.
Bridget is like, yes.
How long did y'all have them?
Since they hatched, it was a
Fuck.
runt. Hovar's like, Scrunch loved baked beans.
Oh God, the owlbear gas. Oh fuck.
That's terrible.
That is a weapon of mass destruction.
Weapon of ass destruction.
And his wings like flap it away.
No. Fan it towards you.
Yeah.
Because owlbear. Why not?
Hovar's like, Scrunch was the size of a pony keg once full grown.
Oh,
Oh my god. This that's a baby.
pygmy.
I suppose we should be going to the meeting.
Yeah, it would be a good idea.
Hovar's like,
Hopefully, we'll when we get to the homeland, we can definitely check for signs. You never know. As they say, life does find a way.
Hovar's like, he pats you on the back. Of course you do.
I even though Cayenne wants to facepalm herself into a concussion with that, she's going to internalize that facepalm.
Yep.
What was the question again?
Yes.
You completely missed the joke.
Uh, so Nikolai, you meet up with your parents before you actually head into the meeting. And your dad's like, who did we upset? We've all been summoned. Obviously, Kippa is not pleased with something someone did. Oh, okay. That just make us like. Nika just is like, oh, okay. I suppose that makes sense. She starts adjusting your clothes, Nikolai, to make you look proper. Remus is like, oh, Jules cooking. Oh, Jules cooking. Son, let me tell you a unique story regarding Jules cooking. Of course you want to know the story. You like to know about her history, right? So Remus motions a little bit. We all know Jewel can't cook. Neither can Maggie. And, well, we needed to kind of not kill an army. So we let Joel cook for the army. They were supposed to be lined up for combat the next day against an opposing army. Neither army showed up because they were too busy evacuating their bowels for a week because of her cooking. There's only 2 deaths of the whole group, but her cooking, there's a reason why the rest of the Obscura does the cooking. Nika just looks at you ever so innocently as she adjusts the button. Cooking's the only talent I have. And Remus just looks over at her and he's like, you can see his like upset brow that he's like, yeah, and you're a fantastic creationist, but I'm not going to say anything. Yeah. Nick is like, if we're not supposed to use our abilities anymore, then I shouldn't cook. Well, we all have inherent abilities, and mine's cooking, right? Because of what I can do with food. So therefore, I should stop cooking and look for something else to do. Remus is like, you have, unlike other members of the Obscura, you have natural talents that are not special. You can cook. Nika just smiles warmly, so I can keep cooking. I'm relieved for that. And Remus is like, yes, you can keep cooking. So everybody heads into the pocket dimension. All the siblings, all the immediate Obscura, all the elder Obscura, except for Seagate and Scabbard because they're away. Everybody's just kind of looking at each other very awkwardly, looking over in Kippa's direction because she's very different. And Brigitta leans over towards Yukai and is like, what happened to Kippa?
I'm just looking at Kippa like, I'm not saying, just eye contact looking at her, communicating. I ain't saying nothing.
Maggie's like, he's very suspicious too, and his information brain is already trying to put things together. And Lumion is being a perfect gentleman, not asking questions, just standing there.
Cayenne is just gonna tell her mom's like, there's some
is.
things that I'm forbidden to say.
Oh, Queen's orders. And Holvar's like, Empress. And Kippa just kind of looks at everybody and is like, I'm not answering why I'm bigger. And she stumbles a little bit over a pillow and she's like, oh, for the love of. And Nika's
I
just
believe the
like,
kids these days call it a glow up.
Nika's like, there's a pillow there. You should be less klutzy. And Holvar, everybody just kind of looks at Nika, and Kippa understands Nika, and she's like, thank you. Cayenne, you put two and two together a little bit. You can see that while Kippa is like now 5 feet tall, literally double her size, you can see a little bit of that avian type of slenderness in her body, like her sister, but also the very much regal, fuzzy dragonness that she still has. Her ears just twitch a little bit, and her little tail twitches some. And she's like, I wanted to let Surmir make the offer of having you all here when I restore his memories. Put him in proper working order again. I let him think about it. I didn't press the issue. I'm simply letting him make the choice himself. Now, with that said, I've never done anything like this that I'm aware of. So please try not to interfere or stop the process because I honestly have no idea what will happen. She looks over.
Is there any
Mongo.
way we can help? Yeah, I'm just worried about, no offense, Samir, but I'm kind of worried about you freaking out a little bit because if you decide to go on a rampage for any particular reason, I don't know if any of us can stop you.
Sally just looks over in Surmir's direction.
Fair enough. I withdraw the question.
Cayenne would probably grin
It is.
pretty
conflicting.
damn big seeing her Sally's reaction to Surmir.
Kippa looks over. I enjoy the offer, but everybody being here in support is more than enough. Oh. And Surmir lays down on this nice cushy bed and rests his head on a pillow. And oddly enough, you see Lindra come over and she sits next to him. And she takes his hand very gently. And Kippa speaks to Lindra and Cayenne. For the first time ever, you're at a loss because they are not speaking divine. They are speaking something of a higher order. And Maggie leans over to the group. Anybody understand what the fuck is being said right now? I literally comprehend languages. I'm not comprehending. I am worried.
If they wanted us to know, they'd say something in a language we do understand.
Osling just looks over and is like, he looks over at you, Cayenne, like, I don't understand this either.
Look up God.
Cayenne
God
can't
is
say a
less,
word. She
tolerant.
can't
And
say a word.
even Lumion raises an eyebrow because even in all of his understanding of languages, he's like, I don't understand what they're talking about.
Cayenne Cayenne can only speculate based on what she knows about Kippa, so she's got to keep her mouth shut until Kippa says
I
anything.
got mad because I was like, hey, it's not.
And the phrase cuts through the room like a hot knife through butter. Surmir just nods and he's like, I understand. And Kippa just nods. And she gets comfy on her knees and her shins and she just reaches down ever so gently and puts her hands on his head and she's like, okay. Let's see what's going on in there. And she just kind of pauses for a moment. She's like, I know the room is quiet, but can all of you be a little less loud?
I check, make sure I don't have like any tools later. Just start putting everything that's at all loose into my bag of holding.
Mongo, you know that what she means is mentally loud.
Yeah. Tell you what. I'll find the bar.
And Osling just reaches over and she just grabs your jacket. Stay right there, and you're a part of this.
Come on, I've researched like themed drinks and everything. Come on, if
Drinks
anything will
afterwards.
shut people's minds up, it's booze.
Oliver's like, I
Or
don't drink.
Cayenne's giggle pouch. Don't worry, I've accommodated.
Afterwards, we celebrate. Now, let's just try to be a little less loud. Because apparently we're thinking too loud for the little dragon.
Can't believe Mongo's going to say this. It's probably going to be the first time and the only time. Mongo's going to try not to overthink things. Feel like I'm going to have to roll something here.
And Kippa just brings her head down and rests her head against Surmir's. And Hovar's like, you hear him hold his breath like, that is a dangerous place to put your head, lady. And the first thing you see is just, it's almost like an identify spell, but so much more. You're literally inside the pristine memory as it was when it was first had. And you're just seeing this vast, beautiful desert you've never seen. And Sir Mir's just kind of walking across it. And the thing that catches your attention is that this desert is pure white sand with these little itty bitty granules. And Mongo, you instantly recognize, with Nikolai, you instantly recognize the little granules. They're little rubies. Billions of them across this desert. And it's like, where the hell is this place? Then the memory just snaps away and being shifted somewhere else. And then another memory. And it is one of the most fundamentally important ones that has been long forgotten. You see a shapeless, glowing piece of light. And you see it's floating in the constellations. And then you see it impact the material realm. And you see it just sprout and grow and change and evolve. And out of that growing ball of light forms Sir Mir. And he stands up and he looks up to the stars. And he looks around and he just kind of drops to one knees and he simply says, "In your service." And you guys instantly realize that Sir Mir served cosmics. He just kind of stands up and reaches into the ground and fishes around in the solid soil of the ground and pulls his divine blade from the earth itself and slumps it over his shoulder and starts walking in a direction. And you get glimpses over time of various vessels of cosmic, the cosmic sisters in different forms, and Sir Mir is always there to protect them and be that knight for them. And then another vision. It flops forward, the time just kind of going like a really quick roto dial. And Sir Mir meets Seagate and decides to join his cause and helping the rebellion and the kobolds as they were at the time now, Vistani. And lead against killing the obsidian dragon. And then decides to just travel with Sir Mir or with Seagate, and they form the original part of the Obscura. Then eventually things from the Obscura happen and he meets Ethos, and then the heartbreak sets in for you guys because he never actually acknowledges Ethos as an actual cosmic. See my brother staring at me. And that's kind of heartbreaking that connection never happens. But then the next part that you see is in that tomb where all the Obscura died and Ithos had to escape. Suramir stood between her and Mustachio, making sure that she can get out so that she can save the Obscura children. He drew a line in the sand to protect her as she made her escape. And Mongo, you see what actually, you understand what happens next is Suramir is hit with a 12th level disintegration spell. Gone. Disintegrated into ash across the entire room. And then time moves ahead, and there's that giant blank space where non-existence happens. And then within that shadows, the dust starts to swirl and dance and separate. The air glows. And eventually the bones start to reform, and the muscle and tissue and everything else. And Suramir rises from the grave that he was given and the disintegration that happened to him. Picks up his sword, puts his armor back on, looks around a little bit, and marches right out of his tomb and the Obscura's tomb, and eventually finds himself in Casil, where he met back up with Scabbard, mistaking him for Seagate, and eventually finding his way to Kippa. There's so many lifetimes of memories that it's impossible to just quantify how long Suramir has lived. And Kippa just finishes and she just flops backwards, sprawled out, and she's like, oh, that's a lot to take in. That is so much to take in. And Suramir just sits up very casually. And Ithos just breaks the silence. She's like, congratulations, you understand your purpose. And see, I really am a dumb dragon. Couldn't even do what I was supposed to do.
Yeah, turtles miss that kernel, so.
Cayenne is giving her the biggest glare right now because
Everybody's
we
just looking
just
at
had
her.
a talk. We just had a fucking talk.
And she looks over at you. She's like, I know. But
My fucking shit peak.
she motions to Suramir and the fact that she failed at being what
It's not
Lindra
like
is.
Somebody's that, but it's also like she has the same headphones you have, like Marcus. You know, you can't hear.
And Suramir just sighs, lets out a sigh, and he just sits up fully, and he's like, back to work. And stands up.
No, you're not on the clock yet.
Kip is like,
You are required to take rest after this.
Yeah.
and he helps Kippa up very easily, and Kippa's like, oh.
Yes, actually. Sir Mir, Kippa, and Lindra, all of you should rest, and I don't want to ask a lot of you, Sally, but could you make sure that happens? Please?
Sally's already standing by Lindra as Lindra grabs a pillow and curling up with it.
I'm doing this, Sally. Like you are the best monstrous woman ever.
Kippa is just like, I don't get time off, even if I have a splitting headache from whatever I just saw. I understand what I just saw. I understand it all. Maggie's like, oh, yeah. So, look who's a god, too. Anybody shocked?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yep.
Surprise.
Yep. None of us are shocked. Nope.
Never knew.
If Sir Mir is attracted to you, you're clearly a god. You know that you are the hottest fucking dragon ass in the entire realms.
I think it's gonna be the same as with last season.
And he's like, what? I'm speaking honestly here. Feels like, oh my god. Not everyone's a horny bard.
I was like, my brain is trying to wrap my it's trying to figure that comment out. I was like, Scav is the one attracted to Kippa, not Sir Mir? What? Brain? No? What?
May be attracted in some cosmic way.
Yeah.
It's designed.
Yeah. There's a better word than saying attracted to. Yes, that's actually a better word.
But just kind of looks over and she's like, is it technically enslavement? Sir Mir, you're free of your own thoughts and your own actions. You do realize that. And Sir Mir just kind of, he leans against a pillar and he just kind of dismisses the notion.
Don't make me go mom mode. I will make you go to bed. And I don't care how exhausted I get. I will make you go to sleep.
Sent you a message there, Jesse. Sir Mir looks over. I'm fine. I can process things while I am doing my duties. Pippa stretches a little bit. Okay, I feel better. Okay. Ooh. Oh, okay. And she just adjusts her garb and she's like, okay, I'm back to normal now. I'm fine, Nikolai. And she gives you a look like, I can process information better than you.
Yeah, I was just kind of wondering, am I allowed to make drinkies now?
He's like, drinks! Also, holy shit, Sir Mir got disintegrated. Figure out a way to stop him.
Yeah, disintegration only slowed him down. It didn't even stop him.
Wait, was Osling here?
Yeah.
What was Osling's reaction to that? Because I didn't hear her reaction to that.
Huh. You could ask Osling what her opinion is on the subject.
I'm just gonna ask her in common because I know if I say it in Celestial, Sir Mir, literally most people in here would understand that.
Yeah.
And those who don't would have their heads exploded.
That's why I do the fucking.
Yeah. And then same with Druidic. There's a decent amount of people in here who would understand Druidic too.
Yes.
All of the old Obscura would understand it.
Yep. So it's definitely true that Sir Mir, you really can't eye. Like
Really?
people made it seem like they said it as if it were some exaggerated like tale, but actually seeing that as such, that makes me wonder, how does that make you feel, Osling?
Osling just looks over and she's like,
Clearly,
clearly, the Cosmics don't play by our rules. And who am I to argue with management?
Agreed.
Definitely fought a little more.
Osling looks over. She's like, the question I do actually have out of curiosity, if you guys were to actually be bold enough, since you are demigods and all, would you actually be able to kill Sir Mir because of your innate abilities?
Yeah. If we even tried, I think that might actually be able to put a smile on his face.
Osling looks over. I do know how you are going to die. I'd rather not think about it.
I'm going to look to Kippa and raise my arm and say, thank you, by the way.
Pippa looks over and she looks concerned for once.
It's crazy.
Comes over and she looks at your arm.
I got took over and just started fucking.
Oh no, what I do?
And destroyed the unofficial mod.
Oh. I can't fix this.
The day. No, you didn't do anything bad, but I guess it was a gift you gave me when I helped you.
Is this a gift?
Well, if you remember, the scars that were here were from a very troubling incident.
And you kind of dealt with another very troubling incident.
Yes, but it fixed things, and it wasn't really that
Like what sucks about Tom
troubling.
is
I mean, if I hadn't have helped, things could have been troubling.
We wouldn't be having this conversation right now if things had played out differently.
I know.
By the way, Mongo, you have a plus 40 to your drink mixing right now.
I'm sorry, a what?
A plus 40 because you have all the people, all the obscura in here and friends.
So if I roll a 2, does that actually work out?
Yeah,
At least the 42.
plus the modifiers.
Because I actually looked up a couple of drinks to specifically make. Because since this is a memory party, dark chocolate, spices, and berries is supposed to help with memory.
Ooh. Kippa is looking at
Yep.
your arm and she's like, I'm still sorry for violating your space, Cayenne.
No, you didn't. Where I sent you to help was much safer than releasing you here.
This would have been deleted under my presence.
A little short student.
Yep.
And then I would have to deal with my sisters asking what I did.
Which your sister's very lovely, by the way.
I don't mean to sound rude, but it's the first being that I can actually embrace that understands.
I get it.
I know you don't remember what I showed, what was revealed to you, unless you go to your realm. But the emotion is there.
Also, if your sister hasn't chosen a name yet, she looks like an aloe.
I'll have that when you see her. Because we don't traditionally have names of any kind. We just exist.
I know you mentioned that.
Yeah. Which means the rest of them will drop in at some point to check in on us, or Lindra.
How many siblings do you
She thinks about it for a few moments. Well, there's myself. There's. She looks very confused and she points to Lindra, not wanting to say anything. You've met Aloe. There's Aloe's sister. There's my sister. Let's see. And I believe there are two others. Yeah, there's 6 total of us.
Okay. I look forward to meeting the rest of your siblings.
If you think that I'm hard to deal with, wait till you meet my sister. Causality, as I can. You hear that? Nikolai. Mm-hmm. That's the best way I can name her. I'm sure Cayenne will come up with a more suiting name. Yep. You feel a small hand. You feel Kippa's hand on you. What are you making, Mongo?
Couldn't hear that?
What are you making, Mongo?
Let's see. What do we have? Bit of vodka, some creme de cacao. Ooh, dark chocolate fudge sauce. Malted powder, and let's mix this with some half and half. Make a dark chocolate malted martini.
Hmm.
Let's see, what else do I have in here? Here we go. Melt some dark chocolate chips into some warm milk and cream, then stir in some bourbon, vanilla, and salt.
That could be really good.
And both of those are getting garnished with blueberries.
All right.
Also throwing in some assorted spices to kind of make it like the Mexican hot chocolate.
Ooh. One of my favorite things to do with cakes. So, Mongo, you are officially the bartender, passing out drinks to everyone, except for Kippa and Holvar, who request non-alcoholic drinks.
Yeah, he's getting dark chocolate milk.
Yeah, and Lindra is sound asleep
Yeah.
between Sally's feet as Sally is just standing there like a statue. I know Cayenne is going to have a talk with Sir Mir and Kippa at some point in private.
Yep. Absolutely.
Kippa looks over at you, Mongo, and she's like, I know you have a question. You're literally an open book to me.
True. Got a couple of questions, but I also know those questions will always go unanswered.
After everything is said and done, we can sit down and chat. How does that sound?
Depends on who makes it to the end.
Not written yet. But that little one over there might actually know. Poor Mongo's like, ah, trapped between a library and a literal time.
Yep.
So the drink party goes on for a while. Everybody just kind of scatters off to the wind in their own directions. Cayenne, you could get a hold of Osling as she's leaving to actually talk to her. Mongo, uh, you're asked to stay behind. And as you look back to the room, it's back to being a meeting room instead of a lounge space.
Mongo starts cleaning out a force of habit from being called to the principal's office too many times.
Mongo, I think it's time for you to meet your party. Are you okay with that? Or would you rather be surprised by who you're adventuring with? Maggie is marched back in by Sir Mir, and Maggie's like, I didn't do it. Mongo, what did you get us into?
Hey, this ain't my fault, damn it. This is her idea.
Maggie's like, you're young and reckless. This is clearly your fault.
Hey, look, that may be true, but this little field trip's all her thought.
The camera is black.
Definitely want to try.
Hey, man, when nature calls. I think the plan is he's meeting them now, regardless of whether he actually wants to or not. Knowing the two of you, it's going to be a fucking surprise no matter what. So I guess really, y'all feel like introducing those characters now, or would you like to wait? Pick a word and spell it backwards, and make their last name spelled forwards. Yeah. I don't remember hearing that as an option. Because Maggie sits because he fits, or burn it down. Mongo has absolutely zero desire to become a god. And he will do anything and everything in his power to make sure that shit fucking happens. What, that character doesn't want to become a god? I don't play Maggie, so I don't know. True. I'm glad you remembered. It's not really up to Mongo, it's more up to Maggie. If the character Maggie wants to take it up, Mongo will do what he can too. If he does not want to, well, there's always good old plan B. Arson. Well, you got at least one bard in the name of Maggie, and you've got his kid, Mongo. So I'm pretty sure somebody is at some point in time going to be arson around. And if it happens to be any other bards in the group, yeah, going to be a lot of that. Mm-hmm. And I freely admit I stole that joke from Wallace and Gromit, Curse of the Were-Rabbit. Dude, it's Wallace and Gromit, but in a full-length movie. Incidentally enough, Wallace and Gromit was actually the first cult classic I was ever actually aware of before I actually knew the term cult classic.
Maggie looks over at you and he sits down in a seat. He's like, "All right, explain how much trouble we're in. I know we're munchkins. We drag out the worst in things." And Kip is like, "You're going to meet the adventuring party. You should be arriving any moment now." She goes and sits at the head of the table. And she's still, you see the weirdness of her still getting used to being larger. She's like, she doesn't have to sit on like a soapbox now, or the equivalent of a padded soapbox for herself.
So what happens if we don't like any of them and we think they're going to be more trouble than they're worth?
Then they still go along and they make sure the mission's completed.
What happens if one of them fucks up and sits on the throne?
Well, then that's going to be an interesting outcome.
Ooh. Right. Distract Mr. Ego. Teleport Sunny in, let her sit on the throne.
Maggie's like, you kind of can't do that where we're going.
Damn.
Any more bright ideas, Mongo?
So in the event that we have to turn this fancy chair into kindling, any suggestions?
Your dad starts going through his pockets and pushes around and pulls out flint and steel. Easy solution.
Yeah, is it like immune to magic fire or
Maggie's like, I don't know. Do I look like I wrote the rules of engagement here? We're
it's your
literally,
ego we're dealing with, so
yes, exactly. My ego, my god ego. It's worth dealing with. It's like asking
just
a
kind of
peanut
figure
butter and
there's
jelly
probably some.
sandwich why it works so well. I'm sure Feisty could answer that. All right, well, you're the leader of this shindig. So lay out the plan.
Yeah, I haven't been given any information, so nearest I can figure, the only plan is we go there, hope we get lucky, stumble across the temple, figure
I
our
know.
way into the door.
Well, I know where the temple is. I know how to open the door.
Oh, that's good.
That's that's the easy part. And then we're just kind of I don't know what comes next after that.
Neither do I.
Good plan, son.
Hey, I'm never allowed to make any plans.
Yeah. Does it feel good? You feel good to make a plan finally?
Haven't made one yet, so couldn't tell you.
You just did make one.
That's not even 11% of a plan.
It's 10%, which is a percentage of a plan. And to be fair, if Scabbard was present, you would be at 0% of a plan. You have planned to make a plan, and you have partially made a plan, which is more than not making a plan.
Maybe sneak in when the god of dreams is asleep. Hopefully, not sleeping on the throne.
She looks so fragile. Do gods of dreams sleep? And Kippa just kind of shrugs and
Or at least distracted if they don't sleep.
all right. Who's putting the stake between their cheeks and distracting the god of dreams? Ooh, what would my ego be distracted by? Huh. Manga, what would an ego be distracted by of a feeling? Oh, in essence, what would we be distracted by?
A red light.
Oh no! Imagine if my ego uses a red light against us.
You're right. We need shades. We need special glasses that will make the red light look like it's a different color. That way we're completely immune.
It's a good plan. We need sunglasses, goggles that don't let us see red light dots. Hello.
Either that or we just use a random name generator. Mm-hmm.
I have discovered a nutmeg.
She's getting so big. She has no reason being so big.
She's supposed to get up to by an estimated 10 or 12 pounds.
Like when she becomes like adult age, she's supposed to
Yeah.
get that big.
Yeah,
Jeez.
gonna be a big girl.
Yeah.
Oh, Mongo, I hear
I
you're
hear the
planning this one.
I hear the grouchy uncle. Oh, I know. Okay, we were talking about the last thing that was said. Y'all were talking about a plan of tricking the ego of the god of dreams.
Yeah, so Maggie separated his god ego from himself so that he's no longer a god and locked him away in a vault.
Haha.
Kind of like ironic based on
Yeah, Maggie's been
Yeah, I'm actually
cut
kind
into.
of wondering if that was part of Rurik's plan.
Yeah, Maggie has been dissected 3 ways from Sunday from himself, apparently.
Yeah. It's about fucking time. Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Bob has big tits. Oh my
Thought you were
god!
supposed to be ready weeks ago with this, man.
Oh my god! That just gave me the
I
idea.
literally just forgot about characters are done.
All right, hear me
Well,
out.
obviously the character's not done if you don't have a name, fucker.
Hear me out. A gnomish barbarian fighter. Okay, and their weapons of choice are nipple tassel maces.
What?
They're whipping you with their nipple tassels.
There you go, Nate. There's your character name, Nipple Tassels.
So
Or
it's kind of
just
like a.
shoulda, coulda, woulda. There we go.
So
Or
it's like
just
a.
placeholder.
Ha. It's
Yeah.
like a placeholder for Tallahassee, but it's Tasselassie.
Could also do WIP, as in work in progress.
Artist work in progress. Well, if you've got a name, go ahead and introduce the character.
I've been waiting for a moment, like, to come up to where I could get to, but I have to channel like a specific thing for her.
It was like it's you separated your divinity because you didn't want the job. Maggie's like, I was young. Hey, don't point your little glares at me, dragon. Just because you grew up and decided to become empress and actually accept the position of responsibility, don't look down on me and I'm not looking down at you. Well, I am looking down at you because you're shorter than me. She looks at Maggie. And besides, we've already had a conversation in private. Oh my gosh, you're being a little troublemaker.
To me, that sounds terribly lonely.
Yeah, at this point in time, it doesn't really matter. I've already decided Mongo will be referring to this character as Tassels.
Ow! Ow, needles.
Fuck off.
Most gods cling to their ego the way mortals cling to their names. It tells them who they are, where they end, and everything else begins.
Suddenly, Manga, there's a voice you don't understand in the room. You don't recognize. Right behind you.
Sorry, one more time.
And Maggie just looks across the table over at Mongo and who's behind him.
To cut it away willingly, that's not weakness. That's either wisdom or exhaustion.
I cannot fucking hear you. You are very quiet.
I don't see how.
I have an angry cat behind me. That's my excuse.
I don't see how I'm quiet. I mean, I guess I'm just going to be a very loud, brash bird, which is not what I'm going for in
Oh,
the
no, like-
slightest bit.
Oh, I still get your inflections, even if you are a little bit louder, but you're good. I got you.
Yeah, turn me up because I'm not trying to be loud. That's the whole
Yeah.
point of this character. Dreams are made of possibility. Ego is made of certainty. One says, what could be? The other says, I know what is. Perhaps he grew tired of certainty. Or perhaps he feared what certainty was turning him into.
Maggie looks over. Are you a philosopher?
No. Just a traveled bird. I've met many creatures who wanted power. I've met very few who are willing to surrender part of themselves to escape it. That's not the act of a tyrant. It's the act of someone standing at a crossroads. In fact, Hecate teaches us that every threshold asks for sacrifice. If he wished to stop being a god, then leaving his ego behind may simply have been the toll demanded by the road
Look at your
ahead.
messages.
Though I suspect the ego might be annoyed to hear me say that.
I can be a bit of a dick. I am a cat. No harsh feelings between us, please.
No. This probably is going to look extremely creepy in this room, because how dark is this room?
It's dimly lit, except for the table.
Oh yes. That's perfect for a melanistic raven purple owl. Who literally blends in with darkness.
Definitely. Hippo looks over. The first member of your party has arrived.
Mongo's just going to speak in cat. You know, there was a part of me that was kind of looking forward to not getting fucking stabbed by those I'm traveling with, and I guess, well, there goes that fucking dream.
No, she's actually very wise in her character making.
Yeah.
Pretty big bird.
And one who has a history of getting stabbed, mutilated, and otherwise cut up by feathered individuals.
And then you see the other party member that is not feathered in any way, Mongo, and happens to be a dwarf. Oh. Hello. It is. There was supposed to be a fourth, but there's a war going on.
This not.
Maggie's like, I might be retired, but I can still cast a spell.
And in
Okay.
cat. Well, at least this one's optimistic.
I have tools that can help everyone.
This is your party, Mongo.
And I can cry if I want to.
I hope your motions to the one that is hunched over away from the bird.
I think Mara, who's just kind of just standing there completely still, is doing the owl thing, except tilting her head and just like in confusion, but it's twisted a lot farther. As in, I don't understand why the cat does not like me.
Kippa looks over. Mongo has a bad history with birds injuring him, or nearly killing him.
Those sound like non-sentient creatures.
Oh, Red and Blue knew exactly what the fuck they were doing.
I guess I more so mean civilized.
Maggie looks over. Manners, boy.
Yep. It's all right. Just reading. Well, you've kind of got it written all over your face that you have an affection for words. Just out of curiosity, do you have memory issues? Kind of feel like you're living life going backwards at all?
That would be a crazy freaking character. Oh my god. Wow, that would be such a crazy character.
So, what is it that you do? What do you specialize in? What are some varying skills? Why were you chosen above all others?
Why from place to place? Artifact. This is
So, your speciality is arranging transportation.
Ah, ah.
I should let you know now I don't have a great history with Koch. Pretty good at making toothpicks. Koch don't last long around me.
My lab's been taken over by a cheese.
Certain empire, I imagine.
They're the reason why we left. Discovery. We were just we were exploring for places.
So you're handy with a schedule.
Hitting the schools that open.
Okay, there we've got something. Spellcaster. Is that fucking hard to say? So you specialize in transportation spells.
A lot of
Just preening at the moment.
that. A lot of that training is
Hippo looks over. Would you like to share a little about yourself, Mara?
Only when asked. Only when asked.
Fair enough. Was the transportation here accommodating enough?
It was quiet enough.
Kippa looks over at I don't know your character's name, Nate. Toe?
Record.
Gregor. Gregor, why did you ask for to be transported in cargo instead of normal accommodation?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm breaking out the goggles. What do I get when I look at this fucker?
He is clearly a wizard.
There we go. That's the answer I'm looking for.
And you briefly get a glimpse of Kippa, and you're like, oh, fuck. You know, Nate, your character's name literally sounds like a sound someone would make after they're getting stabbed.
While I got the goggles on, I look at Feathers over here.
The little black void. Oh, what does this poor bastard see?
Well, considering she's an astral drifter for Hecate and follows Hecate very closely, um, you're seeing just little twinkling, just purple stars around her.
He's magical.
Think, think, so
I'm not gonna say it.
I don't play the game, but a certain ender creature,
Ah, okay.
the little sparkly effects around them, but it's stars. Just little twinkles. Nothing blinding.
Oh,
Yeah. I would no. Mm-mm. Fuck no.
All right, take the goggles off. It's like, okay, what is it that you do? Anytime that he walks near her, he's always making sure there's stuff in the way.
Well, Lady Kippa knew of my time with the Order of the Watchers. I spent my years guarding the boundaries between worlds and learning what lurks beyond them. As a horizon walker, I walk roads most people never see. Portals, thresholds, places where one reality becomes another. I spent much of my time helping others find their way through such places. A god caught between what he was and what he wishes to become is not so different from a traveler stranded at a crossroads. I suspect Lady Kippa believed I'd know how to navigate such a place, and perhaps maybe she was right.
Well, we're going to the Astral Sea, so that should come in handy.
I do believe so. I wouldn't believe here if I didn't think I would be useful, and certainly if Lady Kippa didn't believe I would be useful.
Give you a little bit more context there, Mongo. From what I understand from questioning your father, Dad looks over. Rude. Okay, so I didn't really question your father. It's more perused. Hey, fuck you, lady. Excuse the
He's got a
French.
name.
I don't mean to offend, ma'am. Sorry. I take it back. I didn't mean to swear at you, Empress. Kip was like, I perused Maggie. That sounds. Maggie looks over. That sounds so insulting.
God, I hope you got Jules' permission first.
Jesus, perused. Kip was like, from what I understand, is that you're walking into a prison, a vault of some sort.
Oh, another god prison. Fuck.
Yeah, but this one is under the laws of dreams and your father's ego that likes to fold space and time and manipulate realities as if they're liquid.
Well, there's a distinct lack of surprise there for some fucking reason.
You know what the mission is. I suspect you'll carry it out well. And you know what the protocols are.
Yep.
Well, they know that they're both Munchkin folks. One is a bard, possibly wizard, and the other one is a wizard that is terrified of birds. Likes to plan, often fails to plan.
Never allowed to plan.
Has a chance to plan now. Figure out.
Ugh.
Mara. No.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the.
What is your
Sorry, I'm sending
Gamble with your friends.
you a message. Nate
It's only
on
7.
TG. Abbreviation.
Yeah, I got it. Took me a brief second.
Good beer. I feel lucky, boys.
Okay. And then you were asking Mara what her skill set was.
Established.
Yeah, Mongo doesn't either.
Word folk. That's about all she's got.
She's an owl.
She explained it earlier what she does.
Yes.
Nate brain dumb. Nate need class.
Yeah. So you get a better idea of actual, like, character stuff. Thinking maybe through it.
No.
Ranger, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Why not?
Like, I have no, like, real way to, like, really say ranger other than just say I'm a ranger. I said horizon walker earlier,
Yeah.
which is literally a type of ranger.
She's gothic Legolas.
Gothic like
Astral
Yeah.
Legolas.
What your eyes do? What are you doing?
Glitter loss.
Wit. Synthwave.
There we go.
It's Synthalos.
And what kind of wizard are you, Nate?
Long. She's like, why are you doing this to me? Please stop. Or actually, no. She didn't care.
Sorry, I didn't mean to stump you there, buddy.
Stop attacking my hair tie, you little butthole.
I think
Chrono, what is me?
Okay, so look at the top left.
You might want to have a doctor check that. Hi.
Yeah, I use that subclass quite often.
Yeah, all the time, actually. So, as you guys do the meet and greet between the different characters, we will call it there for the night. Mungo, you now getting to meet your party. And we will get to the post-mortem and start with Mungo.
Oh boy. Getting a lot of Sir Mir's backstory.
More of that'll be detailed as time goes on.
Yeah. Literally created to help the mortal forms of the cosmos gods.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
Not exactly. Getting to hang out with Maggie for a while, that was pretty cool. Lumion waking up, recalibrating. Meeting the newbies.
That are higher level than you.
Yeah, that's not really that hard to do.
They have more spells than you. I'm just
Again, not hard to
kidding.
do. Got a bunch on the wizard side, but like fuck all on the artificer side.
That's right. We've been patting out your wizard side, but I forgot about the artificer side. Whoopsie daisy.
I don't know if we ever finished that cipher.
Not done yet. What else you got there, Tom?
Yeah.
What about you, Nate?
The mall makes the bad guys have a real bad day.
The more Nikolai knows, the more. It will have a little bit of.
Oh yeah, playing Lincoln Logs with Jewel, that was awesome.
Can't wait to find out.
All right, Cayenne.
There was a lot. First, Lumion finally being awake enough for more than just a cup of coffee to actually be able to have a conversation. Ithos finally waking up and stop devouring my couch. Now it's in my wall. So that's got to be out and out. Hearing that, yeah, it will be removed. I'm pretty sure I can elect someone that would be able to remove it. But being able to learn that from Sir Mir that one of the things that helps to calm Ithos down is lavender tea,
Oh
apparently.
shit, it's it. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
You would call it?
Creating an all natural headache powder recipe, which I also have a human ratio variant. So I can create it for the party. So yay on that. And they're actual all natural herbs that you can find in the real world today.
Which is awesome.
And it's
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, it's ratioed to the same ratio of the acetaminophen, the aspirin, and the caffeine in goodie powders. But I'm going in no particular order. Being able to introduce my character, um when I was told that we could have fun with it, I was like, I really want to do a bird folk, but because I knew of where we were going to be going for manga, was like, what's the best bird that I can use? And then when they said this is supposed to be like a heist, I was like, I got it. Owl. They're quiet. To be able to sneak in. I was like, I'm also going to make her fairly large. So she'd actually, if consented to, she might be able to carry to be able to fly in somewhere quickly and make no noise. So, thought that might be beneficial. And I've always liked how melanistic owls look, barn owls.
Yeah.
They're always so pretty.
We're
They're
all
like a
fresh.
black with dark brown little patches instead of the white.
Did you get that thing?
The meeting, seeing Sir Mir's memories, seeing who Sir Mir is, seeing how he basically came into being, and then seeing his unbeing, and then seeing his re-being. It's interesting. It was interesting to hear how Osling felt about it.
Who am I to argue with upper management?
Right? And then it being interesting that no one else like knew the language that Kippa Lindra were speaking. Even though Sir Mir spoke common in response to them. And Cayenne knew that it wasn't celestial but much higher and just sat there like, I can't say shit, I can't say shit, I can't say shit. There was a lot of really good moments. I loved the bread though. That was fun. Me neither.
See if you woke up and I had made bread.
I would kill to get like fresh made like sourdough.
I get you. I get you.
Sourdough is so hard to make.
It's one reason why I've always wanted to go to San Francisco. It's supposed to have like this legendary fucking sourdough, and I fucking love sourdough. It's like I gotta find out if it's worth the hype. Yeah, you basically gotta treat like a pet.
I look forward to doing more with the characters,
Well,
more little meet and greets. Maybe all of us go out for drinks at a tavern or something.
A drink
Ooh,
before you guys head out to the mission.
Yeah,
it's
a bonding experience rather
Yeah.
than it just being a strict has to be completely formal meeting.
That'd be really cool. Good stuff.
Yeah. Your turn.
Slowing this down to a much more chill session compared to the last two giants. I think everybody needed the breather. The introduction of the two new characters. And expect Nate to make a character that is more fidgety than Manny. Oh yeah, you were super fidgety with your new character.
It's the first time I ever played it.
I know.
I have ideas on how to play it.
Cayenne's owl folk and her personality. Just appearing right behind Mongo. And
Yeah,
Mongo's
Mongo's
going,
assuming she's going to stab him at some point in time or bite him or pain.
Meanwhile, he's going to be pleasantly surprised to see her diet.
a specific diet. I know I didn't treat it like a huge moment, but Sir Mir's history.
Mm-hmm.
But
Sir Mira basically just sleeping off at 12th level disintegrate.
Yeah.
he was disintegrated.
Basically just pulling himself together. Like I got like a flashback from watching Hellboy. So it's just like him just kind of coming out of the ashes going, well, all right, nap time's over. Time to get back to work.
Poor Ethos.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much more Kaya needs to mom glare her.
Well, it's the fact of like it seeing Sir Mir's memories kind of cemented the fact of like he never acknowledged her as a cosmic, like he acknowledges Kippa and Lindra as a cosmic, meaning he never succeeded in being what she was supposed to be. She just has a very bad self-esteem without seeing it around to just keep her normally grounded. But you guys are doing good. Cayenne is doing good and helping. So, yeah. Just the drinkies party and, oh, yeah, the bread. Because that just popped into my head on the fly. Fresh baked bread.
Breaking bread is always a good scene.
Yep.
It's a fresh slice of buttered bread. That's the original fucking comfort food.
Oh, and the fact that Jewel is and Maggie are not allowed to cook because they literally level the battlefield with their cooking.
Playing Lincoln Logs with Jewel is fun. I loved those things when I was a kid.
She just doesn't understand. I guess when you're able to just create at will. Yeah, good session. We'll call it there. Say goodnight.
Good night, everybody.